Looks like Mr. Cavada is the only attorney who's here right now. So we'll let him in, and let's see, Ryan Edison doesn't seem to be here. Mario Suarez is the next one on the document.
Judge, I have
Your
Mr.
Honor, I'm here.
Colley and Mr. George in the courtroom.
Okay. Mr. Stolly. Chastity Cibrian is not on. Joshua Lane, there he is.
Judge, it's not letting me add Joshua Lane. Give me one moment.
Okay, I just admitted him. I don't know if it worked or not. Yeah, it did. Okay. Good morning. This is County Court at Law 2 in San Patricio County. I'm Judge Viki Martino. This is our felony status Zoom docket. I'm going to call cause number 23-CR-91806-B, State versus Joshua Lane. Do we have Mr. Sells? Yep, there's Mr. Sells. He may have stepped away from his desk.
If I can make an announcement, Your Honor, on Mr. Lang, it's still pre-indictment on the felony related to the misdemeanor.
All right, then. Felony status October 25th at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Lane, your next appearance will be just like this one by Zoom. It will be on October 25th at 8:30.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Stay in contact with Mr. Stolly.
Will do.
All right. Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, if I may announce, I checked on Ms. Cibrian earlier in the week as she had questions, and I just made sure what the status was, and it was still, according to Mona, pre-file, or excuse me, pretrial services told me it was still pre-file through Irma.
Okay. Did Ms. Cibrian plan to log in and?
I did talk to her about coming on and being part of the hearing. I sent a text to her today. If she may appear sometime in the morning, I will be upstairs in district court as soon as I leave your courtroom.
Just reach out to her and tell her she needs to log on.
I will.
Okay.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Well, we're going to give that one the same date as well, 10/25 at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Too many people. Mr. George, you have
Yes,
Charles Hobson.
Okay, Charles Hobson recently was indicted on June 12th, 2024. As a result of me taking a job in B County. I'll be filing motions to withdraw on Mr. Hobson's felonies in this case as well. But he was indicted on June 12th, 2024. And he's in jail.
Okay. All right, then we'll set him for a pretrial on August 9th at 9 o'clock. When do you begin your job, Mr. George?
This past Monday.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, just get your motion filed. I won't require your presence, and once your motion's filed, then I can appoint a new attorney to represent him.
Yes, ma'am. We'll get those filed today.
Okay, great. Good luck to you in B County.
No
All right,
question.
you also have Robert Munoz.
Okay, I show Mr. Munoz as having an outstanding warrant, I believe.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I have not had any contact with him. There's only one other person that's present in the courtroom, and that's another individual.
All right. Just follow your motion on him. And we'll probably hold off until he's taken into custody as far as appointing someone, but we will get you withdrawn on that case.
Okay, will do, Your Honor.
All right. Is that all you have? That's all I show on the docket.
Yes, ma'am. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Let's see.
Mr. Cassidy and Mr. Schimmel.
Okay, do they have clients in the waiting room?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. I'm letting in Mr. Cassidy's clients.
All right, this is Adam Marceau, 23-CR-91434-B. He's on page 5 of the docket. Mr. Marceau, if you can turn on your video, please. Mr. Cassidy, what's your announcement for Mr. Marceau?
Your Honor, I met with Mr. James Gardner yesterday after court, and he looked it up, and they're still awaiting some toxicology reports on the blood that was drawn from Mr. Marceau.
Okay. All right, then we'll set this for an additional status on October 25th at 8:30. Mr. Marceau, your next setting will be by Zoom, just as this one. Please stay in contact with Mr. Cassidy. Thank you, sir. You're free to log off. Have a good weekend. And then I don't see Stephen
Stephen
Shaler.
Shaler.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Shaler, can you turn on your video, please? This is cause number 23-CR-91269-B, State versus Stephen Shaler.
Your Honor, can you hear me? This is Les Cassidy.
Yes.
Okay. Same announcement for Mr. Shaler that I made for Mr. Marceau. I met with Mr. Gardner yesterday. It was after lunch yesterday, and he looked it up and said they were still waiting for some toxicology reports on the blood.
Then we'll set this for status on October 25th at 8:30.
And Your Honor, I'll see what I can do to resolve both these cases prior to that date.
Thank you.
Because it's-
If you happen to come to a resolution, just contact Kim and she will give you an in-person setting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge Martino, that's all I have for today. May I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Cassidy, have a good weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Schimmel and his client, Efren Gomez.
All right, that's also on page 5 of the docket. 22-CR-90890, State versus Efron Gomez. Good morning, Mr. Schimmel.
Morning, Your Honor.
What is your announcement for Mr. Gomez?
Judge, I think these cases are easily resolvable. They are pretty old. Our case here comes out of a felony traffic stop. I don't know if that case is indicted yet. It should be. It's from 2022.
Efrain Gomez III.
Yes, sir.
I show a felony indictment of S 24-3159 CR. So that has been filed, Mr. Schimmel.
Thank you, Mr. Sales.
So that has been indicted.
Yes, Your Honor, it's showing Mr. Stolley as the attorney on the felony.
Okay. All right, then.
So between the three of us,
Let me look at my calendar here a second. Mr. Schimmel, I'm going to set this for pretrial on August 8th at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's perfect.
Mr. Gomez, your next setting will be in person in the basement courtroom at the San Patricio County Courthouse in Sinton. And that will be at 1:30 on August 8th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Please stay in contact with Mr. Schimmel about this case, and then, of course, Mr. Stolley about your felony case.
I will, ma'am.
All right. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You as well. I hope your day is filled with blessings and joy.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Schimmel, is that all that you have?
It is, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes. You
Thank you,
may.
Judge. Have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Cavada and Mario Suarez.
All right, Mr. Cavada, good morning.
Morning.
You have Mario Suarez. He is
Yes,
on
Your Honor.
page 2 of the docket, 22-CR-90626 and 90629. State versus Mario Suarez. And let's see. Mr. Suarez, can you share your video? There you go. All right. What is your announcement for Mr. Suarez, Mr. Cavada?
Your Honor, yes, I checked yesterday again with the DA's office, and all they can tell us is still pending on a felony. And that felony is alleged is a burglary of a building. And all they can tell me is it's still pending.
Wow.
2 years. I'm sorry. It's 2 years. I'm very concerned
Yeah,
about what this is.
You shouldn't be talking right now. You're not asked to talk.
All right, Mr. Cavada, would you like another felony status setting for these two cases?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
All right, then we will set this for an additional felony status on October 25th at
Okay.
8:30. And of course, you can change that time later if you need to change the time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Suarez,
Yes. Your Honor, Miss Viki, Judge Martino. This is 2 years now that I'm going on with this case. I don't understand what needs to be done for I have there's no resolution. This is a serious impediment to my life. I can't get an apartment because this comes up as an open case. Any type of there's all these different things that I've had to navigate for 2 years now because this is an open case. There's no I have no way to explain to future employers. I'm employed right now with Bailey's Arboretum, right? But I have no way to explain to employers like what's going on with this case. Is there a resolution? Are you on probation? Is this part of your past? Because as far as anybody is concerned, it's still a part of my life. This is an open case. This is something. So I'm really stuck in it. I know there's a 3-year time frame in which I can be indicted for this, but there has to be some sort of answer. I'm stuck. I truly am. It's like I said, through my own gumption and wherewithal, I'm able to navigate this. But it just seems like there has to be some sort of some sort of progress on any front. I'm sorry to say. That's what I want
Well,
to say.
we can send him for jury trial on the misdemeanors. I'd be more than happy to give him a jury trial.
Jury trial on what?
This court is for the misdemeanors, Mr. Suarez. You have two criminal trespass charges. The unindicted felony is in district court. The district attorney's office is in charge of that case. What Mr. Sells has just said is if you are ready to resolve these two cases, then we can set them for trial. That is a conversation that you need to have in private with Mr. Cavada.
Okay, so is this prosecutor involved with that? I mean, these are two criminal trespasses from 2 years ago. I really don't mind taking this trial or taking whatever plea, whatever works for the court on that one. There's really, I am concerned with the felony. That is the whole.
Right, and the felony is not in my court. You're
Right.
bringing up a case that is not in my court.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know, I mean, this is something, because I've only seen you for this case, and I'm not blaming you necessarily. I really don't know what's happening with this, so I can't assign blame to anybody in this regard. But I just want to know, what venue, I guess, is the proper terminology. So it would be a separate venue, not connected necessarily to you. But would it be the same prosecutor, Mr. James Sells?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Sells is a prosecutor in the county attorney's office, and the district attorney's office handles felonies.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. And yeah,
You're
and
welcome.
again, this is me not.
All right,
trying to-
Mr. Cavada.
Yes.
If I may interrupt here, I'll confer with my client to see if he wants to go to jury trial on these misdemeanor cases prior to anything happening on the felony case. If he
Yes.
wants to do that, I'll notify the court and the prosecutor as soon as possible.
Okay, so we will keep the October 25th date. If we hear from you, Mr. Cavada, and you want in-person settings for an announcement and jury trial, we will definitely give you those dates if requested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
will confer with my client.
Yes, sir.
Should-
Thank you, Mr.
should-
Cavada. Thank you, Mr. Suarez. You have a
Thank you.
nice day.
Thank
Yes,
you, Judge
sir.
Martino. Thank you, Judge Sal.
You have Jaime
Your Honor,
Perez.
for the record, I explained this to my client a couple of days ago and the process, and I guess I have to explain it again. So if with the court's, permission, I'd love to do that.
Absolutely, Mr. Cavada. We're here if you need to change your setting. We certainly understand that. If you want to keep the felony status because you think that that's what is best for your client, then we understand that as well. No problem. Do we have any of Mr. Cavada's other clients present?
Yes,
Jaime Perez is on.
I have two other cases.
Okay, Jaime Perez is also on page 2 of the docket, 24-CR-93134-B and 93135-B, State versus Jaime Perez.
He
Morning,
also has
Mr.
one on page
Pettis.
3.
Morning.
Okay. Mr. Perez also has 93133-B. All right, Mr. Cavada, what is your announcement?
Yes, this is, which defendant, please?
Jaime Perez.
Jaime Perez, yes. Your Honor, he's got felonies pending, and also I have a non-prosecution that I'd like to confer with the state about maybe next week. So I would ask for a felony status.
Okay. All right, then we will use that October 25th date for felony status.
Okay.
Mr. Pettis?
Yes,
Your next court date is going to be just like this one. It will be by Zoom. It's going to be in October 25th at 8:30, unless Mr. Cavada changes the time. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Cavada between now and then.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Lorraine Moya for Mr. Cavada.
All
Yes.
right, this is cause number 24-CR-93129-B State versus Lorraine Moya.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your announcement for Lorraine Moya, Mr. Cavada?
Your Honor, it basically is the same thing. I've checked with the DA's office, and all they can tell us is case pending. They don't give us a deadline or any kind of a timeline on that. So I guess October would find there should be enough time.
All right. We'll set it for an additional felony status on October 25th at 8:30.
Okay.
Ms. Moya,
Yes.
your next setting will be just as this one is on October 25th. It will be by Zoom. Please stay in contact with Mr. Cavada between now and that date.
At what time?
I'll explain, Judge.
Okay,
Okay, and at what is it gonna be the same time as well?
I can't hear it. You don't have a good connection. I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Okay. All right, Mr. Cavada, I need to call some other cases of yours that I don't believe are present. I have Ryan Edison, 23-CR-92873-B, 92872-B, 92932-B, 92756-B, State versus Ryan Edison. Have you had contact with him?
Your Honor, I usually have contact with him. He's not on the screen today.
No, sir.
I'd ask that be reset, Judge. It doesn't have to be till October if you want sooner. He has a felony pending upstairs here in San Pat, and he also has a felony case in Corpus. And he probably gonna do jail time in Corpus. So reset.
When you say it's
Status.
pending, does that mean, does he have court dates for those cases?
He has court date in Corpus, yes. That's coming up within the next 30 days.
Okay, then let's set him for felony status on August 16th.
That'll work. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is he in custody in Corpus?
No, he is not.
All right, if you can get him to log in today, that would be great. If not, his name will be called.
Okay.
All right,
What was
and
that?
then
What was that date in August?
August 16th. And then Mr. Cavada, you have Tommy Aguilar. She's got several cases, 22-CR-90288, 90486, 90487, and 90678, State versus Tommy Marie Aguilar.
Yeah, I didn't see that one, and I have not given her notice. But she has 3 felonies pending here in San Pat County.
Okay.
I can get her on a little bit later this morning.
All right, then we'll set her for that October 25th date.
Okay.
And if you'll just get her to log on, then we don't have to have her name called.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Cavada, I think that concludes all the cases that you have on this morning's docket.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, Mr. Cavada.
You too.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Thomas,
Morning, Judge.
good morning. You have Ruby Pettis, 22-CR-89624.
I have no information for the court on the felony. It's just still pending. With your permission, Judge, I'd like that October 25th felony status date, if we could get that.
Yes, sir. No problem. Ms. Pettis is present. We're setting this for felony status on October 25th at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
You may. Ms. Pettis, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next setting date will be just like this one on October 25th. Have a good weekend to both of you.
You too, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our 8:30 docket?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a first. Okay, Judge Sells, I'll see you back at 9:30 with blessings. Thank you all.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. Yes, joy and blessings. I'll see you at 9:30. All right, this is the 9:30 docket for San Patricio County Court at Law 2. And I have any attorneys?
I see Ron Dominguez is trying to connect Mr. Kerrigan.
Yeah. Mr. Kerrigan has Cassandra Perkins. We'll let her in. Mr. Dominguez, do you know if Mr. Kerrigan is going to be available this morning?
Yes, ma'am. He should be getting on. He had a doctor's appointment this morning, but I just texted him and he said he should be on very shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Of these two. Let me bring Mr. Davis in and see if he knows. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, it shows that you are not muted, but I can't hear you. Mr. Dominguez, you are in a courtroom.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear you.
You are in a courtroom.
I'm sorry.
All right. Mr. Davis, will you unmute, please?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay, there you are now. Very good. I'm not familiar with your attorney, Douglas Daniel. He is not logged on yet. Have you had any contact with Mr. Daniel?
Not today, but I know yesterday afternoon they sent me the reminder to log on to this link and stuff, so I'm sure he's aware of it.
Okay, he didn't say anything about he might be late or anything like that.
No, not that I am aware of, ma'am.
Okay, we're just going to have to wait for him. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room until he does log on. Okay,
Okay, if you like, I'll try to send a text to him as well.
that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we're just waiting then on Mr. Kerrigan and on Mr. Daniel. All right, we've got Mr. Kerrigan with us now. This is cause number 23-CR-91560-B State versus Cassandra Perkins. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Kerrigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize. I was pretty partially naked in front of my dermatologist about 2 minutes ago, and I don't think he wanted me to zoom on in that condition. So any event, good morning, Your Honor. We have checked with the prosecutor's office and they tell us it is quote unquote still pending, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then we will give you an additional status of October 25th.
That's great, Your Honor.
And it will say 8:30, and of course you'll have the option to change the time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. You have a good weekend as well. Ms. Perkins, your next hearing will be just as this one. You'll appear by Zoom. Please stay in contact with Mr. Kerrigan's office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Bye, everybody. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I called Mr. Daniel's office. Their office indicated they were logging on, but I've yet to see them.
Okay. Is he in Corpus? Is he local or?
I believe he's a San Antonio attorney.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm letting Mr. Brandon Davis back into the courtroom. Mr. Davis, I need you to stand still, please. Or sit, yes, okay. All right, Mr. Davis, your attorney has been in contact with my office. They're having trouble logging on. However, they did inform the court that your felony was dismissed last week. So we need to give you a date to appear in person. So that your attorney can see what he or she can work out with the state. I'm going to set this for pretrial on August 8th at 1:30. This is cause number 23-CR-92891-B State versus Brandon Davis. So, Mr. Davis, your next court date will be August 8th at 1:30. We will send a setting notice to your attorney and to you. Need to make sure that we have a correct address on file. That will be in the courtroom, basement courtroom in the San Patricio County Courthouse.
Mr. Daniel's office has made it on.
Okay.
Good morning,
Ms.
Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Biggs. Are you appearing on behalf of Brandon Davis?
I am, and good morning, and my apologies to the court.
That's okay. Thank you. I know sometimes our technology doesn't cooperate. I was informed that his felony has been dismissed. And so
It
we're going
has.
to,
Correct.
all right.
And
So
we're in the process of emailing that documentation to the court.
okay, then we're going to set this for an in-person setting, a pretrial on August 8th at 1:30.
Okay.
Our office will send out a setting notice to you and to Mr. Davis.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off. We will see you on August 8th.
Thank you. Thank both of you. Have a great day.
You too, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thank you. That was our very brief 9:30 docket. Our 10:30 docket is a lot longer. And Mr. Lerma and Mr. DeFreitas seem to have all of those cases. So I've not heard from Mr. Lerma. I don't know if he's going to be available or not. So I will see you all at 10:30. All right, Kim, on Mr. DeFreitas, let's try to put them in the order that they're on the docket, have them enter one by one in the order that
Yes,
they
ma'am.
are on the docket. It'll just be easier to keep up with them.
Judge, also for your information, I have Mr. Lerma and one of his clients here in the courtroom.
Oh, okay. Who is there with Mr. Lerma?
Martin Rios. He's on page 6.
All right, we'll start with that case then. Cause number 22-CR-90446, State of Texas versus Martin Rios. Good morning, Mr. Lerma.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I checked with the DA's office. Case is still pending. They do not even have a file. Now, this is we've been doing this since January of 23. I asked whether or not they were going to proceed. They said yes, they're waiting on labs.
Okay, we're giving October settings for additional status.
Right, Your Honor, and on any of these cases, if I can move them sooner, I'll let the court know.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rios, thank you for being here this morning. Your next court date will also be by Zoom. It will be set on October 25th. Right now, it will say 8:30, but Mr. Lerma will have the option to change that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Lerma, once y'all are finished, I know you still need to announce on these others. But since you're here in the courthouse, if you will go up to the clerk's office to sign those setting notices.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rios.
If you
Now
go
let's
and
see.
send it, that notice in the clerk's office.
Ashley Esquivel for Mr. Lerma.
Okay. Ashley Esquivel is 23-CR-91302-B. She's at the top of page 6.
Yes, Your Honor, we have the same announcement. Checked with the DA's office. They do not have a file. It's still showing as a pre-file.
All right, then, October 25th for felony status at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Esquivel, thank you for appearing this morning. Your next court setting will be as today by Zoom on October 25th. Please stay in contact with Mr. Lerma. Thank you,
I'm sorry, you
ma'am.
said October 25th? I didn't
Not-
catch that last part.
Miss Houston, not your case.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Ms. Houston's next on the docket.
Okay, I guess Ms. Esquivel logged off. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we have the same announcement. However, they do have the file, but it has not been indicted.
All right, 22-CR-90608, State versus Lauren Houston. Then we'll give her the same Zoom status of 10:25 at 8:30. Miss Houston. There you are. Your next appearance will be on October 25th. It will be the same as today by Zoom. Currently,
Okay.
it's set at 8:30. Mr. Lerma will have the option to change that time. If he does, he'll notify you of that change.
Okay.
Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Lerma.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too.
William Evans.
William Evans, also on page 6, 22-CR-89540.
Yes, sure. I don't know if he's online or not. But I've had difficulty locating him. I show a failure to appear back in February.
He is. Mr. Evans, will you share your video, please? There he is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Evans, you are in a
Yes, ma'am.
courtroom. You're in a courtroom, sir. If you will remove your sunglasses and your cap,
Sorry about that.
I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Lerma, what is your announcement for Mr. Evans?
Your Honor, same announcement in that I was told this week that the file is in the DA's office, but nothing's been done with it, and they don't know when it'll be indicted.
All right, then we will set this for an additional status on October 25th. Mr. Evans, the time will say 8:30 on the setting notice, but Mr. Lerma will have the option to change that time. If he does, he will inform you of the change. Mr. Lerma, does Mr. Evans need to contact you or?
Yes, please, Your Honor, if he could have him call my office, and even if they don't answer, leave on the message his phone number, please.
Okay, Mr. Evans, did you get that?
Yes, ma'am. October 25th.
Yes, did you also hear Mr. Lerma request that you contact his office? And if no one answers, please leave your phone number on the answering machine.
Yeah, I'll give him a call later today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. You are
Thank you,
free
ma'am.
to log off. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Roman Molina is trying to log on for Mr.
Okay.
Lerma.
Roman Molina is 24-CR-93364-B.
Yes, Your Honor, same announcement in that pre-file case, the DA does not even have their file in the office yet.
Okay. October 25th for felony status. Mr. Molina, can you start your video, please? Good morning, Mr. Molina.
Morning.
Mr. Molina, Mr. Lerma announced that your felony is still pending in the DA's office. So we're going to set this case for an additional felony status on October 25th. It will be by Zoom, just as you appeared today.
Okay.
The setting notice will say 8:30. Mr. Lerma will have an opportunity to change that time if he needs to. If he changes the time, he'll let you know. Please stay in contact with his office.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to log off. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the only other case I have on the docket is a Gavin Lee Lovett. That's the case where he is at a facility in West Texas. And I did speak with him and I did get permission for me to sign on his behalf. And I have the paperwork. I just didn't know how the court wanted me to proceed.
The paperwork on his
plea.
his admission at the facility?
No, his paperwork that I signed with his permission for his judgment, his plea paperwork, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. So, you're wanting to do a plea in absentia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Yeah, if you want to get that filed at the clerk's office, and then I will sign the documents.
Okay, Your Honor, and I did have one question. In a plea in absentia, there is a place to have the clerk here swear to the documents. I also have, I had it sworn by him. So I didn't know which one you wanted me to proceed with.
The one that he swears to.
Okay. All right, then I will file the paperwork and have it and have it for your signature, Your Honor.
All right.
All right,
Thanks for
thank you very
taking care
much.
of that.
Yes, Your Honor. With
Thank
that,
you,
maybe-
Mr. All right. Have a good weekend. And if you'll just go up and sign those setting notices.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you so much. You
Appreciate
too.
it.
You're up, Mr. DeFreitas.
All right. Mr. DeFreitas, there you
Yes,
go.
thank you, Mr. President.
And we're letting
Castillo is on.
Juan Castillo in. This is cause number 23-CR-91550-B, State versus Juan Castillo.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're waiting for blood results on this one.
Okay. Then we'll give you that October 25th date.
On the Juan Castillo, we have a lab report is in.
Oh, it's in? Okay.
Yes.
I'll go up and get it after this stage.
All right, then let's give him a pretrial setting.
Take your hat off, Mr. Castillo.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Apologize.
Do August 8th at 1:30. For pretrial. Mr. Castillo, your next setting will be in person in the basement courtroom at the San Patricio County Courthouse. It will be on August 8th at 1:30. Mr. DeFreitas will sign for the setting notice and he'll get that to you.
Okay.
Thank you for your appearance this morning, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have a good day.
Likewise.
Thank you. Elliot Bracy. 23-CR-93070-B, State versus Elliot Bracy.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with the DA's office. That one's pending. Everything's in the office. I think it's sooner rather than later.
Okay, we'll give you October 25th for felony status. And then if something were to happen and you want an in-person, just contact Kim and we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bracy, if you'll turn on your video, please. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Your next appearance will be by Zoom as well. It's set on October 25th at 8:30. Mr. DeFreitas may change that time. If he does, he'll let you know.
Understood.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Daisy Munoz.
This is on page 9 of the docket. 24-CR-93588-B, State versus Daisy Munoz.
Yes, Your Honor. Spoke with the DA. It's pending, but they don't have the case file in the office, so it's probably going to be a while.
All right, then. We'll set this for an additional felony status on October 25th at 8:30. Good morning, Ms. Munoz.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your next court setting will be October 25th. It will also be by Zoom.
Okay.
It's
Yes,
set
ma'am.
right now for 8:30. If Mr. DeFreitas changes that time, he'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, please stay in touch with Mr. DeFreitas. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. All right, Mr. DeFreitas. Belinda Garza, have you had any contact with her?
Not since April. She's been very good. I texted her this morning. She has an iPhone. It went from, all iMessage to the green text message. So I don't know if her number's been turned off. I don't know what her status is at the moment. She had been very good at keeping in touch. This case,
Okay,
the DA's asked me not to say it. I will say there are some problems with this case on their end. It seems like it's headed in a certain direction, but I can't definitively say that
Well, I'll
it's
say it.
happening. Okay.
I'll say it. They cannot prosecute at the state level on the felony case.
okay.
Mona told me not to say anything, but James is a braver man than I.
I'm not scared of Mona.
You should be.
Okay. Well then, are you ready to move forward on the misdemeanor or?
We can, if the court's willing to give us sort of
I am.
but a less than or more than 30 days setting,
Fine.
I think it's going to be, but they haven't officially, stated for Mona to dismiss or for Marcelino to tell Mona to prepare the dismissal. So if we can get 45 to 60 days, I think that'll clear up.
I'm gonna give you even more than that.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you October 17th at 9 o'clock. For pretrial. All right. You have Dallas Carlson.
Yes, Your Honor. They say that's in the office. It's pending. I think that one's gonna get indicted soon.
Have you had any contact with him? He is not logged on this morning.
Intermittent. He's got some significant mental health issues, and his mom and him have sort of sometimes she's helping him, sometimes she's not. And so he had contacted me probably a month ago. I tried to text him today, and the texts weren't going through. So I don't know.
All right. You want that October 25th date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, felony status, October 25th. On both of his, let me put the cause numbers on the record. 23-CR-91660-B and 91661-B, State versus Dallas Carlson. All right, the next one is 22-CR-90900, State versus Eric Seidel.
Your Honor, I spoke with them, with the DA's office upstairs. They say they don't have a file on this case. It's been 18 months.
Okay. Do you want to give it one more status setting or do you want to move forward? What do you want to do?
One more status, Your Honor. I'm gonna know somebody in the intake department pretty soon, and I'll be able to ask where that's at.
The advantages you will have. October 25th. And have you had contact with Mr. Seidel?
Yes.
Let's get him to log on this morning. So
Okay. I did text him. He has been good about being on each time, but I believe he's also been at work. I did text him Tuesday and gave him the link, but he may not have known the time. I thought I told him 10:30, but I'll work on getting him.
okay, great. And then the last two that you have are 22-CR-90444 and 90445, State versus Cosme Lisario III. I think he's been missing for a bit.
Yeah, so let me take a look. I mean, this case is going on 2 years on a state jail felony. They've said, they say they don't have a file. And so, I mean, I don't know. I guess we're just waiting an extra year to see if they actually get it filed or not before the statute of limitations.
Okay.
We're, yeah, last week we just hit 2 years from the arrest date.
All right. Then felony status, October 25th. He already has warrants. That concludes all your cases, Mr. DeFreitas. If you will just head up to the clerk's office and sign those setting notices.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Judge, we have two of Mr. Cavada's clients that logged on, Ryan Edison and Tommy Aguilar. Would you like me to let them on?
Yes, please.
They are both on now.
All right, Mr. Edison, if you will share your video, please. Start your video.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying right now.
Okay. There you are.
Hello.
All right, this is, you've got several cause numbers. Let me put them on the record. 23-CR-92873-B, 92872-B, 92932-B, and 92756-B. Mr. Edison, Mr. Cavada appeared earlier. He asked for a more recent felony status setting. So we have set you for an additional felony status on August 16th. That will be at 8:30 unless Mr. Cavada changes the time. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Cavada and be sure and log in when you are supposed to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
That's August 16th.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You'll receive a setting notice with the date and time on it.
Okay.
But like I said, it'll say 8:30, but Mr. Cavada may change the time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Aguilar has several cases. Let me put those on the record. 22-CR-90288, 90486, 90487, 90678, State versus Tommy Aguilar. Good morning, Ms. Aguilar.
Good morning.
Mr. Cavada appeared this morning at 8:30. He announced to the court that your felony case or cases, I don't know, are still pending. And we set this for an additional felony status on October 25th at 8:30. It will be by Zoom as well. Mr. Cavada may change the time. You need to stay in contact with him, and whatever time he tells you, I need you to log in at the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay. That concludes our 10:30 docket. We've got one more at 11:30. I will see you all then. Oh, Mr. Solias is here. Wonder if he has his client. He's early.
Clients are on
Let's bring Mr. Solias in and see, because he's early, but if we can take care of him, that would be great. Mr. Sells, are you still with us? Yes. Okay,
Do you mind trying from your end? It's not allowing me
sure.
to allow Mr. Slice in.
He's in.
Wonder if he did. Mr. Solias. He may have just logged on.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay, I saw that you were in the waiting room and I know you're a little bit early, so I didn't know if you were ready to go now or if you wanted to wait until 11:30, but I thought I would just see first.
I'm ready, Judge. I'm not sure my clients are on just yet. I was trying to see if they could get on, but
Okay,
I do have announcements.
let's get your announcements and then you can get them to just show their faces and it'll all be good.
Yes, Your Honor. On Axel Martinez, Your Honor.
Yes, that's 23-CR-92204-B.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if the lab report is back. The district attorney was going to submit it for the blood work.
Okay,
However, I don't know if it ever came back, Your Honor.
I think Mr. Sells is checking right now. Mr. Sells, you're muted.
I'm trying not to bust y'all's eardrums with my coughing. We still do not have the lab.
Okay. All right, then on Axel Martinez, Mr. Solias, we'll set him for an additional status by Zoom on October 25th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want this later time? Do you already know you want this later time, or do you want me to put it for 8:30 and then you change the time?
8:30 is fine, Judge.
Okay. All right. And then you have Joe Louis Salinas, 22-CR-90262.
Yes, Your Honor. On Mr. Salinas, I spoke with Miss Mona over at the district attorney's office, and she's informed me that they have the file. However, they're waiting on the July jury panel to be formed in order to present it.
Okay. Then I'm going to give you the August felony status. That way we know if we need to go on and give you in-person dates down the road. So that
Yes,
would be August 16th for felony status at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that takes care of your two cases. If you get your clients to just log in, and I can give them those dates, we will send out setting notices as well.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll get them to log in right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Sells, I'm going to bring in Mr. Solias's two clients that he already announced on. Axel Martinez and Joe Salinas. They're both on page 9 of the docket. All right, Mr. Martinez. Axel Martinez.
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Good morning. Mr. Solias
Good morning,
he already appeared this morning and he announced that your case is still pending. So we set you for an additional felony status on October 25th. So you'll appear by Zoom again on October 25th. We will
Okay,
send
ma'am.
out a setting notice to you that has that date on it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you for your appearance this morning and you are free to log off. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Salinas, you're muted.
There?
Yes, sir. All right.
Okay,
So
sorry about
Mr. Solias met with the court and Mr. Sells earlier this morning. He did announce that he believes your other case will be indicted in July. So we've set you for an additional felony status on August 16th. So you'll
August 16th?
appear, yes, you'll appear in this court again by Zoom on August 16th.
Okay, at what time, if you don't mind me asking?
It will be set at 8:30. Mr. Solias may change that time.
Okay.
You'll just
But
need
as
to
of
stay,
now,
as of now,
now-
8:30. Just be sure and
Okay.
stay in contact with Mr. Solias.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your appearance this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have a great day, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas.
Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye. Thank you. My bad, bro. I was in court. Nah, it's good though. Shit, I was waiting like a motherfucker.
Can we remove him?
Sorry about that.
It's not allowing me for some reason to take them off. It shows it's loading on my screen. I think it's the connection.
Okay.
Oh, we have Mr. Laviajan and Jonathan Castillo's his client.
Jonathan Coronado. Is it Coronado or Castillo?
I believe it's Coronado. Oh, sorry, I'll let him answer. Sorry, Judge.
All right, let me put the cause number on the record. 24-CR-93595-B, State versus Jonathan
Hello.
Coronado or Castillo?
Yes, it's Jonathan Castillo. My second last name is Coronado.
Okay. All
Let me
right.
turn the camera on.
Thank you.
There it
Mr.
goes.
Laviage, do you have an announcement for Mr. Castillo?
Yes, ma'am. As far as I know, his felony case has not been indicted yet. I don't have any information unless the state knows something I don't, but I have not been notified. I am the attorney of record on that case, though.
Still pending.
Thank you, Mr. Sells. All right, then, Mr. Laviage, we are going to set this for an additional felony status on October 25th. Your setting notice will say 8:30, but you will have an opportunity to change that time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. It will be by Zoom as well. Mr.
Thank you.
Castillo and Mr. Laviage, thank you for your appearance this morning. You are both free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You too, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right. I see Miss Villarreal Kuta is in the waiting room. I'm bringing her in.
Clients are not on.
I don't see her client. All right, the court is calling 23-CR-91905-B, State versus Lee French Todd. Good morning, Miss Villarreal Kuta.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing all right. Thank you.
Good. Judge, there's been warrants out for her as late as last December. On the felony, she had a pretrial services bond that was surrendered by pretrial services. And she's been a no-show to everything.
Okay. Well, then I'm not going to give her an additional date. We'll just wait for her to be taken into custody, and then we'll get this set.
Okay.
All right. That's all you have this morning?
Yes. Thanks. Y'all
All
have a
right.
great weekend. Bye.
Thank you. You as well.
See you Monday.
Okay.
Mr. Zapata's clients are on. The only issue is he's still stuck up in district court right now.
Mr. Sells? You
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you can just nod. I know you want to speak as little as possible. On each of these cases, do you have the information on if they have pending felonies or for waiting on labs or whatever?
I'm afraid I don't, Your Honor, but I can run it while we're waiting on Mr. Zapata.
Okay. Thank you. We have Dylan Rodriguez.
It's loading.
Mr. Rodriguez has unindicted felonies.
Right. Then we will give him the October 25th felony status at 8:30.
Mr. Brent Dick also has unindicted felony.
October 25th.
Do I leave? Do I talk or do I just?
You wait silently.
Okay.
It appears to me that Ms. Dawson's felony that was from the same day was dismissed by the district attorney's office. It would appear that the misdemeanor can be put on the docket.
Okay. So we will give her a pretrial setting of August 8th at 1:30.
She was on, I believe she may have logged off.
Yeah, she's back in the waiting room, which they can just stay in the waiting room until I get all these dates.
Okay.
Mr. Clement has an unindicted felony.
All right, then we'll set him for felony status on 10/25 at 8:30.
Mr. Holmes also has a pending felony. Unindicted.
October 25th.
Mr. Camacho also has an unindicted felony, POCS.
October 25th.
Your Honor, Mr. Zapata has arrived here in the courtroom.
Hello, Mr. Zapata.
Hi, Judge. My cases are still pending upstairs, but I don't think they're going to get done anytime soon, so I came on down.
Thank you. We're to the last one, and then I'll go through and give you the dates. Mr. Sells is looking up Miguel Angel Mills.
That is a pending felony, unindicted also.
All right. October 25th. All right, Mr. Zapata, we're going to start at the beginning. Oh, there's one more page. Come on. Mario Gonzalez and Alex Franco. Mr. Zapata, what's your announcement on Mario Gonzalez?
And this Mario Jacob Gonzalez felony is still pending.
All right, October 25th. And Alex Antonio Franco.
My understanding, Judge, he does not have a felony pending, and I think my office spoke with your court manager, and they're going to keep it here just so that from here we can get another setting. But we checked with the DA's office and pretrial services, and apparently he does not have a felony pending. So
he needs a pretrial.
Yes, yes.
All right, we'll send him for pretrial on August 8th at 1:30. All right. So we have in the courtroom, Mr. Zapata, I have Mr. Brent Dick in the courtroom. And that is on page 10 of the docket, cause number 23-CR-92896-B. I've been told that his felony is still pending. So Mr. Dick, we've set that for an additional Zoom on October 25th at 8:30. You'll receive a setting notice. Mr. Zapata may change the time. If he does, he'll inform you of the change. Thank you for being here this morning, and we will see you back on October 25th by Zoom. You are free to log off, sir. And there was someone else. All right, Dylan Rodriguez, there he is. All right, Dylan Rodriguez is cause number 23-CR-91973-B. Mr. Rodriguez, we've been informed that you still have a felony pending. Your next court setting will be by Zoom as well on October 25th at 8:30. Mr. Zapata may change the time. If he does, he will inform you of that change.
Yes, ma'am. You said October 25th?
Yes, sir. You will receive a setting notice. Please stand still.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Makes everybody dizzy. October 25th, it will say 8:30, but Mr. Zapata may change the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Zapata. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Julia Dawson. 21-CR-88972.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Dawson.
Yes, ma'am.
We've been informed that your felony was dismissed, I believe. And so we're setting this case for a pretrial that will be an in-person setting in the basement courtroom of the San Patricio County Courthouse on August 8th at 1:30. You will
Yes, ma'am.
receive a setting notice, okay?
Okay.
Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Zapata.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're free to
Thank
log
you.
off. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Mr. Zapata, I do not see Mr. Clement. We did set that for October 25th for felony status. The next two cases are William Holmes, 23-CR-91072-B and 91073-B. Mr. Holmes, your felony is still pending. We've set this case or these two cases for an additional felony status by Zoom on October 25th. Your setting notice will say 8:30. Mr. Zapata may change that time. If he does, he'll inform you of the change. Please stay in contact with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend. Raul Camacho, 23-CR-91106-B. Mr. Camacho, your felony is still pending. We've set you for an additional Zoom hearing on October 25th at 8:30. Mr. Zapata may change the time on that. If he does, he will inform you of the change. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Zapata's office. It says he's connecting to audio. He's having some connection problems. Mr. Camacho. (23-CR-91919-B) and 91920-B, State versus Rex Mills. That's been set for, and 91918-B has been set for felony status on October 25th at 8:30.
Your Honor, he was here in the courtroom earlier. He had arrived early and I told him to come back at closer to 11.
He's trying to log on. He's just having trouble connecting to the audio. Mr.
Okay.
Camacho, can you hear me? Who is Alex Franco is your last one? Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Camacho,
Yes, ma'am.
your case has been set for an additional Zoom status on October 25th.
October 25th. Yes, ma'am.
We will send a setting notice out. It will say 8:30. Mr. Zapata may change that time. If he does, he'll inform you of the change.
Yes, ma'am. October
We should-
25th.
Yes, sir. Stay in contact with Mr. Zapata's office.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't hear you a bit ago. I was trying to get it,
That's
the audio
okay. You were
going.
having trouble connecting. I understand. Thank you for your appearance this morning. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Franco, Alex Franco, 24-CR-93260-B. Mr. Franco, your next setting will be in person in the basement courtroom of the San Patricio County Courthouse. That's going to be on August 8th at 1:30.
August 8th at 1:30.
Yes, sir. We will send out a setting notice to you. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Zapata's office.
Okay.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
we have one of Mr. DeFreitas' clients, Eric Saito, or Cito. He is in the waiting room. Or he keeps saying he's in the waiting room, but it's not showing on my end.
Okay, but he called.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then we will mark him as being present. Just tell him his date, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Zapata, Mr. Mills is still trying to connect. So if you will just give him the information of October 25th.
I will.
And when you're finished in district court, if you will go by the clerk's office and get those setting notices for all your cases.
I will, Judge. And what I try to do, I try to take pictures of them and text it to them so that I know. for sure,
Wonderful.
you know.
That's a good idea. I like it.
Okay. Am I excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Zapata.
Have a good
Have a
weekend.
nice weekend.
Thank you.
What was
All
the
right,
date
thank-
on- I'm sorry, what was the date on Eric Saito? On page 8?
What page?
Page 8.
Okay,
October 25th.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our felony status docket for the month of June, sorry. Why are you trying to put us in July? Month of June. Have a good weekend, everyone. I will see you Monday morning. Mr. Sells, I do not talk all weekend. And gargle with salt water.
I will. Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. Hope
Have
you
a
get
good
to feeling
weekend,
better.
Judge.
Thank you. You as well.